5-minute, we're getting ourselves ready to go warning for our 4-H Market Swine show. The pink programs are around the show ring, and we will be following it as printed. We will start with our bred and owned market hogs, followed by the pair division before we start with the exhibition classes, and then we will start with our breed divisions. If you see that your pig is in the wrong class, or you see that you are not listed at all, and you have a question, please come let us know before your class. Yeah, like right now. Sooner the better. Division, since there are only a few pigs in each class, we're going to have all of the bred and owned classes bring their pigs into the ring, and we're going to pen them in the ring. So that means class 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, all bred and owned market hogs, come on down. You're going to come in after you get checked, and you're going to pin yourself in the ring, and we will go from there. We are also going to do something similar in the pair division. Since there are only 3 pairs total, obviously you're going to get first place in your class, but we're going to have all the pairs come together as well and pick a champion that way, so we can just move right along, because it's hot. So all bred and owned market exhibitors and their piggies, come on down. All right, now in the ring we have all of our bred and owned market hogs. We're gonna have class 19, bring your pigs out. So that is Meredith Miller and Liam Hartner. Bring your piggies on out.
Well, we tried to save you guys ringside trying to follow all these individual classes, and since we have a total of 9 in the bred and owned division, we went ahead and brought everybody in. There's a couple classes that have a few individuals in it. This is the lightweight class. I think a nice pair of belted gilts here to start off the bred and owned division. I still think there's one that's certainly just got more substance of bone, more true skeletal dimension, and one that's so much better in terms of balance and design as we go from blade to hip. The hog driving directly in front of me. He's going to win this class. The young man's gilt's a nice way to start off the bred and owned division. Really nice class winner there. Certainly don't want to be too hard on the gilt in second. She's a long-bodied, lean, large outline kind of a gilt. First of all, she needs more weight on her to be at a commercially relevant weight. I could say the same of the gilt that wins the class, but this is a gilt that just gives up too much body capacity and bone and substance relative to our class winner. A nice gilt to slide into the second hole in this lightweight division. Please put your hands together for these lightweight, born and raised market hog division.
Okay, so results from class 19. First place, Liam Hartner. Second place, Meredith Miller. Now, class 20, 21, 22, and 23. You all get first place. I'll announce your names in a minute. We need class 24 to come on out. So that's Peyton Harris, Abigail Nelson, and Quinn Hartner. You can bring your pigs out into the ring. For class 20, first place, Molly Miller. Class 21, first place, Peyton Harris. Class 22, first place, Molly Miller. Class 23, first place, Mary Boswell. Now in the ring should be class 24, which is Peyton, Abigail, and Quinn.
Here in our heavyweight bred and owned class, we have 3 individuals, and I think 3 really nice ones here at some commercially relevant weights, and I appreciate you guys getting them up to that to be in the right weight bracket for what we'd be respectably looking for in a commercial finishing barn. I think all 3 of these hogs have some nice pieces to them, and each of them have some carcass merit, and that's the starting point we need to have. For me, what makes a really good show pig is one that has those fundamentals in terms of muscle and the right amount of fat and some structural correctness. If we can add some extra look and balance to that, that's what makes a really good show pig. The breeding gilt the gilt that's in front of me, I told her that I think she'd make a good breeding gilt as well. She's one that's here in the market hog division, and I still think she still fits really nicely for that. That's a really good structured gilt that's good into her top line and still got some muscularity to her. I think she might be third in terms of muscle of these 3, but these are 3 hogs that all have enough carcass merit, and she far and away is the best built hog in the drive. She's going to win this heavyweight bred and owned division. Let's give her a round of applause. I think it gets a little bit harder when you come back to your second place because I think there's some give and take between the 2. I'm going to go with the blue butt barrel on the fence line over there. When we just really look at which one's going to go to the cooler with the most carcass merit and put the most pounds on the table, I think that barrow is one that's just the biggest hip, biggest topped hog in the class. He's quite a bit leaner than the black hog that ends up in third. I think the black barrow in third's a little more comfortable in motion, one that's a little leveler designed, but he's a barrow that's carrying a little extra cover, especially down in his lower 1/3. Just doesn't square up quite as impressive as you get on top of his skeleton and get behind him. I just like to give him a shot more power all the way through. a nice class of heavyweight bred and owned hogs here. Let's give all three of these exhibitors a round of applause as we bring our class winners out for selection of champion.
Results for Class 24. First place, Peyton Harris. Second place, Abigail Nelson. Third place, Quinn Hartner. We will now have all of our first place bred and owned market hog class winners for the selection of our champion.
We got some talkative class winners out here here in our championship drive for our bred and owned division. I think it was to bring these guys out here. There's another set of really good ones that we didn't get a chance to see as single entries, but I think we've got a good group out here to compare, and especially at weights as we get above 250 pounds. I think we can really start to break down the ones that are commercially relevant in their carcass characteristics and still have the look and balance that we want to see from a show pig sector. I'm going to go back to that heavyweight class that just had our class winner. This young lady driving directly in front of me is going to have your champion overall bred and owned. Really nice skills here to lead off this division. We'll go ahead and bring in the second out of that class. As we bring that second place barrow in out of that class, certainly one that you appreciate the power that he has, probably one that's from a structural standpoint leaves me wanting a few things changed in him, but one that you're certainly going to appreciate when you take him to the rail. As we get back out here for your second place overall born and raised market hog, I think we get some differences in weight, some differences in carcass merit and structure. I'm going to go back to this gray belted gilt here. It's going to come out of a middleweight division. She's going to be a reserve champion bred and owned. I think a nice market hog there. That's one that's just fits together following our class winner and our overall champion really well. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause as they head back to their pens. Look forward to seeing them again in the overall show.
Champion bred and owned market hog is exhibited by Peyton Harris, and reserve champion is exhibited by Molly Miller. All right, my friends, moving along to our market pig pairs. Just like the last group, we're gonna have all three classes of pairs into the show ring, and you don't need to pin them. Just come on in after you check in. So that'll be class 27, Will Meyer, class 28, Chelsea Riley, and class 29, Jalen Velasek. All three of you, bring all 6 pigs. Come on down.
Here in our pairs division, or what I grew up knowing as pen of two, we're bringing out two hogs that are designed to be high quality but also consistent with each other as the best and most consistent pair here in a group of 3 pairs. We've got 2 pairs of Berkshires and a pair of belted gilts. And as individuals, I think there's a lot of quality out here, but I'm also looking at how well they match up to each other as well as their quality. I think as you get out here to select your champion pair division, I'm going to go with your belted gilts driving right in front of me as your highest quality pair. They're going to be your champion pen of 2 champion pair. We'll go ahead and pen those 2 or get them somewhere out of the way so we can sort through for our reserve champion selection. Gets a little tougher to differentiate them when they're all the same breed. Here is our 2 pairs of Berkshires that are out here for reserve champion selection. I'm going to go with the 2 young ladies that are over here in front of me. I think they've got a pair of barrows that are a little more compositionally correct in terms of leanness and muscularity. Ones I think from a skeleton standpoint are a little more comfortable than the 2 barrows that are over this direction. These guys still got some quality to them, but ones that are a little more compact and heavier in their fat cover, maybe a little tighter in their movement. That's what slides them into the 3rd hole. Let's congratulate these pairs division one more time as they exit the ring. A nice show here to get started for the day.
Results for our pair classes. Class 27, first place, Will Meyer. Class 28, first place, Chelsea Riley. Class 29, first place, Jalen Velasek. Grand champion pair of market hogs is exhibited by Will Meyer, and reserve grand champion pair is exhibited by Jalen Velasek. Congratulations to all of our pair exhibitors. We will now have in the ring exhibition class number 1. Come on down.
right, those of you ringside, this is our first of 2 exhibition classes. These are prospect market hogs. These hogs are not eligible for sale. These are lightweight animals that are either going on to a future show or going to a different destination, but they're getting the chance to go through the show ring here today. These pigs are quite a bit lighter than we'd like to see market hogs for commercial marketing, but I think there's still some quality out here to talk about. Of this top pair, I think these are the ones that, as I look at these animals, I'm evaluating them if they were to go on and reach a commercially relevant market weight. And so I think they need to be not only still lean and muscular, but ones that have some frame and some extension and some structural correctness to be able to get to 250 pounds or heavier. I think this blue butt gilt driving directly in front of me does so the most effectively of the hogs out here. She's the one that's got the most good about her in terms of bone and substance and dimension, and yet still has some look of doability and growth. She's going to be your class winner here in this exhibition class. For second, I'm going to go to this Duroc gilt. I think a Duroc gilt that might be just a little bit longer bodied and a little more flexible than the gilt that wins the class, but a gilt that probably gives up a little bit of power relative to our class winner, but a gilt that I guess I just think is probably as complete as anything in the drive here today. As we come out into third, a little bit bigger hog that comes out here, and certainly one that you like the mass and cutability that she offers, a really powerful hog, one that to me I just question how she gets out of her front end. She's one that runs downhill and is pretty flat-footed and pigeon-toed up front. Just one that I question taking her to heavier weights, how she'll be able to hold up from a skeleton standpoint. The crinkle-eared Berkshire Mark gilt that comes out in fourth, another one that kind of matches up with the Duroc in terms of length and cutability. One that just gets a little off in terms of balance and structure though, but at least one that I think can get to heavier weights and remain lean and have some carcass merit. Some of you ringside might like this small belted gilt, one that's probably as powerful as anything in the class and as bold in her rib as anything in the class. She's one that to me just doesn't read as the kind that can go on and reach a heavier weight without having some severe structural issues, one that's pretty tight off either end of her skeleton. The Duroc barrow that comes next, long-bodied, late in his maturity pattern, certainly one that I can see getting heavier in weight, just a barrow that needs more time on feed and needs to fill out in order to be competitive, one that gives up some muscle dimension. The Berkshire gilt that comes out next probably has an advantage in terms of muscle, just one that's pretty raw in her general makeup, a little tight in her middle and flank. And as we keep on working down the line, I think we got a little harder doing barrow that comes out next, and the Berkshire hog that rounds out the class is one that's just got a little too much fat cover on him at this weight, one that I just really struggle staying lean enough to get to a heavier weight class. Please put your hands together for those exhibitors in class 1 of your prospect market hogs.
Now entering the ring is Exhibition Class 2. Results for Exhibition Class 1. First place, Jada Mantua. Second place, Kelly Chismadia. Third place, Anthony Poston. Fourth place, Caitlin Spicer. Fifth place, Noah Homkowski. Sixth place, Samantha Glover. Seventh place, Caleb Roche. Eighth place, Austin Glover. Ninth place, Kelly Chismadia. In your program, 8, 6, 5, 9, 2, 7, 4, 3, 1. Now in the ring is Exhibition Class 2.
Here in our exhibition class 2, we've got some bigger hogs in here, but let's remember again, these are all underweight and not eligible for sale. I think as we look at these again as ones that we want to go on and reach a commercially relevant weight, the belted gilt closest to me is the one that does so the most effectively and still a high quality package. This young man's gilt's going to be your class winner here in exhibition 2. I think a nice balanced gilt that has some look and still has some carcass merit and some scale. I think especially relative to the spot barrow in second, you got to appreciate the extra pounds and frame she's got. The spot barrow in second, I think, is one that has a lot of look to him. Pretty high quality animal in the spotted breed. Just one that I'd like to see a little bigger in his general kind. Without knowing his age, he's one that just needs a lot more pounds to be relevant here. I certainly like the extra performance in the white gilt that comes out in third. She's kind of got a bad attitude for him, but she's one that from a carcass merit and cutability standpoint, I think she'll be all right. She's a gilt that's a little tighter in her movement, a little narrower in her skeleton, but one that weighs up with all of them in this class and is closer to being eligible for sale. Coming out in fourth is a gilt that probably has some build advantages over the white gilt ahead of her, but a gilt that to me, relative to some of those higher in class, just one that gets pretty narrow, a little flatter in her general build and design, but a gilt that you like her extension and her structure and her frame that you could get to heavier weights and remain relatively lean. The gilt that comes out next is a little different. She's one that's a little bolder in her rib and wider and more powerful from behind. A gilt that to me is just a little too early in her maturity pattern based on her weight today. Just need to see her go on to heavier weight and scale to be competitive. The belted barrow that comes out next, one that's pretty compact in his build, one that needs to be bigger and longer bodied to be able to reach that 250-pound threshold to be commercially relevant. Coming out next, we've got a belted barrow that I think is a little bigger outlined, one that I think can maybe get to some heavier weights, a barrow that to me just gets a little plain and nondescript in his muscle pattern. I'd like to see him blessed with a bit more muscularity all the way through. And the hog that rounds out the class is the one that's the most compositionally challenged, a barrow that's already pretty heavy in his fat cover for this weight. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors in class 2 exhibition. Look forward to shifting to our next class.
We are now going to start our breed divisions with the Berkshire division, class 32, pigs weighing 190 to 204 pounds. Results for exhibition class 2. First place, Quinn Hartner. Second place, Brody Harrison. Third place, Austin Bagwell. Fourth place, Owen Wise. Fifth place, Anthony Poston. Sixth place, Elijah Onkowski. Seventh place, Weston Martin. Eighth place, Duncan Bell. In your program, 5, 7, 6, 8, 4, 2, 1, 3. Now in the ring is class 32.
our lightweight class of Berkshire Market Hogs, I think we've got two nice individuals to start off, but really a pretty good set from top to bottom in this lightweight class. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady driving directly in front of me for your class winner. I think one that you just look at from a true carcass merit and still having some look and balance and skeletal correctness. I think she leads the class pretty easily. Certainly I'd maybe give her just a shot more flank and belly to maybe just balance her out a little bit more. But I think I really look at her as an individual, and I think that's the one that's the most complete in this class. I get to picking on this gilt in second a little bit. That's still pretty good. A still pretty good gilt here to be sliding into the second hole. I like her extra body volume, probably a little more weight and performance in this gilt that's still level in her design. She's one that's not pulled apart just quite as much down low. She's a gilt that gets a little tighter in her joints off of either end of her skeleton, but a nice gilt there in the second slot. Coming out in third. Let's go ahead and keep them moving as we get them through. This gilt that comes out in third from a carcass merit standpoint, I like her really well. She's one, though, that you start to pick on in terms of her skeleton. She's a little forward in her knee, a little tighter back there in her hock. Just one that as we take them to heavier weights, I struggle seeing her holding together quite as good as the two gilts ahead of her. That being said, the gilt in fourth is one that I'd still say is a little tight, but she has some extra frame and extension. Probably just not quite as muscular as that top trio, but a gilt that still has some value. Coming out in the fifth hole, maybe. The gilt that comes out in fifth here is a gilt that's got some extra frame and extension, and I like her cutability. She's probably the one that just the narrowest coming and going as we look to the class. I just like to pull her apart all the way through. The barrow that rounds out the class is the one that's got a little too much fat cover on him for this weight relative to his frame size, just kind of the early maturing low cutability hog in the class. Please put your hands together for those exhibitors in Berkshire Class 1.
Now entering the ring is Class 33, Berkshires weighing 206 to 212 pounds. Results for Class 32, first place, Callie Gismadia. Second place, Charlotte Harrington. Third place, Violet Bell. Fourth place, Eric Roth. Fifth place, Samantha Dixon. Sixth place, Callie Gismadia. In your program, 3, 6, 1, 4, 2, 5. Now in the ring is Class 33.
Here in our second class of Berkshires, we're getting a little bit more weight on them, but I think it's real hard for these barrows to compete with the gilts down in these lighter weights, because I just see so much more cutability and ability to go to heavier weights in some of these gilts relative to the barrows in this class. But I think the gilt driving directly in front of me, the young man's got, pretty easily wins this class. Just one that you gotta love the power that she's got, the shape and cutability, and yet still puts that into a sound, attractive, good built package. Just one that I think sorts to the top pretty easily in this class, and young man deserves a round of applause. As we come into second, I think the gilt that most closely matches your class winner, one that I think certainly still got carcass merit on her side, one that's built relatively well. She gets a little higher and tighter in her spine, maybe not quite as good down there in her lower portions of her flank, but still a good gilt in her own right to fill in that second slot. Coming out in third is the gilt that I think just gives up the most in terms of true muscle dimension and skeletal width. One that's got some length and frame and build to her, just not muscular enough in my opinion in this class. As we bring in fourth place, I think a barrow that probably outstrips the gilt ahead of her in terms of muscularity. He's one that's pretty wide all the way through, but to a fault. He's one that's a little quicker in his general maturity pattern, a barrow that's putting on some fat cover, a barrow that gets a little bowed out in his hock and just needs to have a leaner shape from top to bottom. As we come down to fifth, though, I think he still had more muscle than the barrows in fifth and sixth. This barrow in fifth might be a nickel leaner, but he's one that gets a little disappointing in the angle of his shoulder and down his top. And the barrow that rounds out the class is the one that's the plainest in his muscle shape, probably got the most fat cover on him at this lightweight that concerns me the most. Please put your hands together for the Berkshire exhibitors in Class 2 Berks. Look forward to seeing the next class.
Now entering the ring is Class 34, Berkshires weighing 217 to 226 pounds. Results for Class 33, first place, Chelsea Riley. Second place, Mason Brogan. Third place, Chelsea Riley. Fourth place, Ava Smartin. Fifth place, Amelia Brogan. Sixth place, John Bell. In your program, 2, 4, 1, 3, 5, 6. Now in the ring is Class 34.
In our Class 3 of Berkshires, we got two barrows up here at the top end that I think do things the most effectively in terms of having some skeletal width and still being correct in their composition and build. I'm going to go with the young lady's barrow directly in front of me, though. I think he's just the most impressive in terms of his overall power and dimension. A barrow that you still appreciate him from the side as having some look and skin and hair quality. A barrow that's nice to lead off the class. Now he is a little bit tight in his movement. I think there might be a shade of advantage in the barrow that comes second. But this barrow that comes in second probably matches up the next best with our barrow that wins in terms of having some ham and muscularity there in his ham-loin junction. He's a little flattered over his blade and more disappointing in his rib relative to our class winner. Coming out next is a barrow that I think Matches up relatively well with our top two. One that I think as you study him from the side, he's one that just gets a little plainer in his muscularity, a little more nondescript down his top, and a little narrower base, but a barrow that's still got some skeleton and some flexibility and some overall muscle and bone. The gilt that comes out next, a little different in type. She's the big, long-bodied gilt in class that's still expressive down her top, just one that doesn't match up with enough skeletal width or muscle dimension down low, and that's what keeps her down. But to me, her extra frame and extension and leanness gives her an advantage over the barrows in 5th and 6th that to me are just a little too quick in their maturity pattern and too heavy in their fat cover for this weight class. Please, once again, congratulate those exhibitors in Class 3 Berkshires. Look forward to looking through Class 4 next.
Now entering the ring is Class 35. Berkshires weighing 231 to 246 pounds. Results for Class 34. First place, Chelsea Riley. Second place, Eric Roth. Third place, Samantha Dixon. Fourth place, Austin Bagwell. Fifth place, Kaylee Brogan. Sixth place, Amelia Brogan. In your program, 2, 3, 1, 5, 4, 6. Now in the ring is Class 35.
Nice class of hogs here in our middleweight division, and I think we've got a really nice gilt to lead off the class. The young man's driving over in the far corner. She's going to be your class winner here today, and I think she does so pretty easily as one that not only impresses me as having the right kind of carcass merit and dimension, but she's one that gives you still some good look and attractiveness from the side. She's a little steep in her hip and straight in her hock. I think she still handles it relatively well and is really good from there forward. A really nice gilt to lead off this class here in this middleweight division. I think the barrow that comes out next is the closest to her in terms of having a really nice carcass, but still having some balance and structural build to him. Appreciate the extra shape he's got up high and down in his lower 1/3. Coming into the third hole, young man's barrow's one that maybe a little harder to get a good look on him. He's a little tight in his movement, but a barrow that I think still shapely enough, still one that'll go to the cooler with the right amount of muscle up high and not too much fat cover down low at this weight. I just like to see him move a little more comfortably relative to the two ahead of him. Kind of same rings true for the young man's hog in 4th. This guy gets a little tight back there in his hock and wants to kind of paddle off of his rear legs. But in the bigger picture, to me, he's just a little too compact in his build and early in his maturity pattern. I still like over the barrows that follow him, he's got some muscle. I still read some width and true dimension in this guy. That's where I pick on the hogs in the 5 and 6 hole, just not wide enough and not muscular enough for me to be moved up in class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors in Class 4 Berkshires. Another nice class and a really good gilt to start off the day.
Now entering the ring is Class 36, Berkshires weighing 254 to 274 pounds. Results for Class 35, first place, Grant Anthony. Second place, Jalen Velasek. Third place, J.B. Brown. Fourth place, Eric Roth. Fifth place, Anna Campanari. Sixth place, Cora Brendel. In your program, 4, 2, 1, 5, 3, 6. Now in the ring is Class 36. Following this, we will need all of our first place class winners for the selection of our champion and reserve champion Berkshire.
I appreciate those of you ringside that have joined us. We're here in our heaviest weight class of our Berkshire division. Certainly appreciate that we've been able to take these pigs up to some weights that are more fitting for what we'd be looking for in the commercial industry. I think at this weight, though, we really can start to look at the ones that are still muscular enough with the right amount of fat cover. I think the young man's gilt over here in the corner does that the most effectively. She's the high cut ability gilt in the class. It's got the right amount of skeleton underneath her. She still gets around and moves relatively comfortable in motion. Certainly one that I could change in a few places, but one that I think just puts together the most complete package out here to lead off this heavyweight class. Coming in second's the young lady with a barrow that's certainly big-topped and thick-ended. He's one that gets a little more jammed up in his build, just a little bit frailer in his bone work relative to the gilt that wins the class, but certainly one you've got to appreciate the power. I still read him as appropriate in his fat cover, just one that I still like really well there in your second slot. Coming out in third is a barrow that you get him from the side view. He's one that gives you a pretty good look. He's relatively level and big-bodied, heavy bone, a barrow that just gets pretty labored in his movement off either end. And when you really study him at his fat indicators, he's putting on quite a bit more cover relative to the two hogs ahead of him. Just like to lean him up a bit at this weight and add a little more muscle to compare with. As we come out in fourth, the young man's got a gilt. Go ahead and let your gilt out, young man. Maybe. Coming out in fourth is a gilt that's a little leaner in her design than the barrow that precedes her. Just one that doesn't have quite the muscularity and dimension, but I still appreciate the extra performance she's got. Just got to see more skeletal width on her all the way through. And to round out the class is a barrow that's similar to the gilt, just too narrow off either end of her skeleton to be competitive in this class. Once again, appreciate these heavyweight Berkshires. Look forward to looking through your class winners over here for champion and reserve champion Berkshire overall.
Results for Class 36. First place, Hayden Harrison. Second place, Elena Neufeld. Third place, Meredith Miller. Fourth place, Weston Martin. Fifth place, Gabriel Gustin. In your program, 2, 4, 3, 1, 5. Now in the ring are all of our first place Berkshire class winners for the selection of our champions.
I really appreciate the big Berkshire division we had here to start off our breed show, and really nice to see 5 classes of Berks. And I only wish we had a couple more classes of the heavyweights, because I think they in particular really offer some quality here for us. I think especially coming out of our middleweight division, we've got a gilt that just does things the most attractive and most complete for me. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's gilt driving right in front of me as your champion, Berkshire. Let's give him a big round of applause. Just, I think, a gilt that really can start off the day from a quality standpoint and still has the carcass merit we need. As we bring the barrow in on second out of that class, certainly one that matches up with that gilt in terms of carcass merit and muscularity, one that we maybe picked on a little bit in terms of balance relative to our class winner, but a nice hog to contend out here. As I go back for my reserve champion, I'm going to go to my big gilt out of the heavyweight class, just one that I think does things really well, maybe not with the quite elite balance of our champion, but a nice big gilt that's still really good in terms of her composition to sit in that reserve slot. Thank you once again, all of you Berkshire exhibitors. I appreciate all the ringside support for a good breed show here to start off the day.
Champion Berkshire is exhibited by Grant Anthony, and reserve champion goes to Hayden Harrison. We will now move on to our Duroc division with class 37, Durocs weighing 191 to 214 pounds.
We got 4 classes of Durocs as we transition to our Duroc show. Here in our lightweight class, these are hogs weighing between 190 and I think 205. So ones we'd like to see get to some heavier weights. With that being said, I think the barrow driving directly in front of me does things the most effectively. Just a really big top, thick-ended kind of a hog that's still long in his spine. One that I think still has some look and balance from the side. He maybe gets a little bit too much set to his rear leg, and I could pick him up at the point of his shoulder. I think the gilt that comes in second offers some of those pieces in a little bit better package from the side. I like that about her. To me, when I really study her coming at me and going away, though, she gets a little base narrow and closed out in her hocks. Just doesn't have the same skeletal width as the barrow that wins the class. That being said, I think she's still more correct in her build than the gilt that comes in third. This gilt in third, I like her shape and expressiveness. Probably the longest bodied hog in the class. Just one, though, that from a balance and structure standpoint leaves some things to be desired, so she slides down into the third hole. Let's congratulate those exhibitors in this first class of Durocs. Look forward to sifting through class 2.
Results for class 37. First place, Cody Troutman. Second place, Hartley Prime. Third place, Benjamin Roche. In your program, 3, 2, 1. Blast off. I mean, you got to do it. You got to do it. Now entering the ring is class 38, Durocs weighing 244 to 264 pounds.
Here in Class 2 Durocs, I think a challenging chop trio because there's some differences between them. And depending on your preference, I could see you latching on to some different things. For me, this young lady's gilt, the dark red gilt out here closest to the pens, is the one that does things the most effectively in the ring. She's one that from a carcass merit standpoint, I think is good, and she's got some length of body and scale to her. But really, I like her best when we get her in motion. I think flexibility, she's as good as anything in the class. I think relative to the barrel in second, she comes at you with a bit more width between the blades, a little more pulled apart at her hocks. I think just a relatively complete gilt in every area. Is she the best in every area? No. I think this young man's barrow that comes out in second, really high in his head carriage, really tall bladed, one that I think gets really cranked up there and level in his spine when he's got him shown right. I just struggle with this barrow because I think he's got enough muscle, but he really bothers me how he narrows up down low. He just gets too flat in his chest floor. He's one that gets pretty closed out in his hock from behind, and I'd just like to change that about him to make him more complete. But there's some exciting things about that guy that make him a contender to win. The best shown pig in the class is this gilt here in third. The young man does a great job getting him what he can out of her. She's one that I think he had in the showmanship contest earlier and just did a great job driving her in the ring. But I think when you really break her down at a fundamental standpoint, she's as heavy boned as anything. She's got a good top shape to her. She's one that maybe just doesn't have the sweep that I'd like to see back there in her flank and fill to her lower rib. And a gilt that of these top three is easily the most concerning in the way she's built off of her rear skeleton. As we come out into the fourth slot, though, I think there's a pretty good gap down into four. I think this gilt in four just gives up too much power relative to the three ahead of her, and one that I'd like to change off of her rear wheels as well. As we move down into fifth, another hog that I just like to change the balance and build of this one from the side. Still one that's pretty rugged in her makeup and relatively expressive in her muscle pattern. Just one that from a skeleton standpoint leaves me wanting a little more. And the hog that rounds out the class, the one that's probably just the most incorrect in its build all the way through. A nice class here, especially those top three. I think a nice challenging top group to sort through. Put your hands together for those exhibitors in Class 2 of your Durocs.
Now entering the ring is Class 39, Durocs weighing 277 to 288 pounds. Results for Class 38, first place, Ansley Hartner. Second place, Troy Heath. Third place, Liam Hartner. Fourth place, Caitlin Hill. Fifth place, Grace Gunther. Sixth place, Michaela Willie. In your program, 3, 4, 6, 5, 1, 2. Now in the ring is Class 39.
Little smaller class here in our third class of Durocs. I think the dark barrel driving in front of me just puts things together the most completely in this class. He's obviously pretty flexible. He can kind of speed around the ring here. But I think when you really study him in terms of muscle and fat cover and structure, I guess he does that the most effectively in this class. I don't know that there's just a standout one in this class in terms of build, but I think he's the most correct. The young man's barrow that ends up in second, a little bigger outlined hog, but one that gets a little more disappointing in terms of top shape and base width. Still one that's big in his kind and lean enough, I think has the advantage in terms of fat cover relative to the hog in third. This hog that comes out in third, I think still one that's got enough muscle to be okay in terms of his fatness, but one from a compositional standpoint, he's the low yielding hog in class. one that as you study him from the side, I think it hurts him a little bit in terms of his balance because he's the most nondescript in his muscularity as well. Put your hands together for these hogs in class 3 of your Durocs. Another nice class, albeit a smaller one.
Results for class 39. First place, Brittany Morris. Second place, Hayden Brendel. Third place, Riley Trotman. In your program, 1, 2, 3. Now entering the ring is class 40, Durocs weighing 297 to 308 pounds.
Here in your heavyweight Duroc class, I think a nice top pair with some give and take depending on where you put your emphasis. I think in particular both of these hogs are up in the right weight class where we need to be, but each of them have a few things you'd like to change. I'd say first and foremost they're each compositionally correct in my opinion. At this heavier weight you start to get a little more fat cover on some of these and you got to watch that yielding ability, but I'm going to go ahead and use this young man's barrow driving in front of me. I don't know that he's the heaviest muscled hog in the class, but to me he's heavy muscled enough and lean enough. I would call him the leanest hog in the class, even though he's relatively deep from the side. From a profile though, I guess that's the advantage I'd give to him. He's just the better structured hog that's more comfortable off either end of his skeleton. I think as a result he's hooked up a little bit better in his blade and knee and over his spine. I just like the way he gets out and goes relative to the barrow in second. I think this barrow in second comes out of the backside of his blade with a little more power, probably sits down in the seat of his britches a little bit more in terms of his ham shape as well. But I think when you back off of him and study him from a build standpoint, he runs downhill a bit more. He's a little tighter and more awkward in the shape and angle of his hock. Also one that's carrying a little more cover, especially in his lower 1/3. I think he's still leaner and more muscular though than the barrow that rounds out the class. I think that really is a cutability and carcass merit driven decision that separates second and third. This barrow in third, you appreciate that he's gotten to a heavy weight and never missed a meal, but he's one that just gets pretty labored in his movement out of his front shoulder, and a barrow that's just a little wasty there in his lower 1/3 in order to move up in class. Let's go ahead and move those guys on out, and we'll select our champion and reserve champion, Duroc hog.
Results for class 40. First place, Hayden Brendel. Second place, Will Meyer. Third place, Ruby Church. In your program, 2, 3, 1. Now we need all of our first place Duroc class winners for the selection of our champion Duroc.
As we get our class winners back out here, certainly appreciate what the Duroc breed brings to the show tonight in terms of some performance and meat quality and build. I like the power in this terminal breed, and I think we've got 4 nice class winners out here that represent what the breed does well. I think as we get these class winners out here and consider them all good contenders from a carcass merit standpoint, it allows me to step back to those extra pieces of build and design and look. And I think the hog that comes out of class 2, the dark gilt here in the middle, comes out of a deep class. She's going to be your champion Duroc Market hog here today. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause for her hog that wins the division. As we bring that second place barrow in out of that class, one that we talked about, that top trio, and I think just one that has some really cool pieces to him from a build standpoint. He certainly comes out here as a little bit different in his kind relative to some of the others, and definitely a contender to win. For me though, I guess I just go back to which ones I think are the most complete, and what we're looking for here is being a carcass merit animal first and then a look and build animal second. I'm going to go back to my heavyweight hog out of class 4 for my reserve champion. This young man's going to have your reserve champion Duroc Market hog. Let's give him a big round of applause. A nice Duroc show here. Let's give all those exhibitors another hand as they exit the ring.
Champion Duroc is exhibited by Ansley Hartner, and reserve champion goes to Hayden Brendel. Now moving on to our spot division with class 41, spots weighing 202 to 215 pounds.
Here in our lightweight class of spots, we've got 2 that are pretty similar in type. I think each shares some strengths and some weaknesses of the pair. I'm going to go with the spotted barrow here, the young lady's driving. Just one that I think is a little bit better in terms of his center rib and top shape relative to the barrow in second. I think both of these hogs get a little straight in their front shoulder and a little frail in their bone work. I think that one maybe handles it just a little bit better in a close pair. The young man's barrow is another one that's got some pieces, got some skeletal width to him. Just one I'd like to see more shapely up high in order to compete with your class winner. Let's give those lightweight spotted exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Results for class 41, first place, Katarina Augustin, second place, Benjamin Roche. Now entering the ring is class 42, spots weighing 227 to 244 pounds.
Nice class here in our second group of spots, and I think we've got some good hogs here from top to bottom, but some differences between them. Certainly might prioritize these differently than I have, but I'd sure listen to you. I'm going to go ahead and use the gilt, the young man in the, along the fence line. He's going to have your class winner. She's been one that's been tough to look at because she hasn't really ever gotten off the fence. I think she's one that's a little labored in her movement out of her right shoulder. I'd like to see her get out and go a little more comfortably. I don't view it as a skeleton problem, more of just kind of a pad injury. And she's one that I think just in terms of her squareness and build, she's one that does things the most effectively. And I especially appreciate how much leaner and more expressive she is in her muscle pattern relative to the barrow in second. The barrow in second, probably from a mobility and flex standpoint, is as good as any in the class. He's one that's really heavy structured as well, and I read him with plenty of muscle. If you really want to pick on this guy, he's just getting a little bit fuller there in his fat indicators, especially there in his ham seam and in his elbow pocket. Just like to see him leaned up and a little shapelier off both ends in order to move him up ahead of this gilt that wins the class. Coming out in third, the young man's got a gilt that I think it took me a little while to appreciate some good things in her. She's a little plainer in her shape and a little rounder in her build, but I actually read her having plenty of muscle. I think she's still one that's acceptable there. She's just a little more nondescript and a little more compact, and that hurts her in her look relative to the leveler designed pair of hogs that preceded her in class. Coming out next in fourth, I think we got a hog that's a little bit leveler designed, and I appreciate that about it. One that to me just doesn't read quite as muscular when you really get on top of this one and study it. Not quite as good there, and really one that I'd like to change out of his front skeleton. He's one that to me is just not built quite right up there in his knee and his pastern, one that just never really gets out and goes out of his front end very well. As we work down into fifth, fifth's a tall, long, lean kind of made hog, just one that needs more muscle all the way through, and the hog that rounds out the class is the one that just reads to me with the least muscle expression, one that I'd like to change a little bit from a build and design standpoint as well. Please put your hands together for those exhibitors in class 2 of your spots. A nice group there to sort through.
Now entering the ring is class 43, spots weighing 257 to 266 pounds. Results for class 42, first place, Hartley Prime. Second place, Ava Brendel. Third place, Hunter Patrick. Fourth place, Caitlin Hill. Fifth place, Jada Mantua. Sixth place, Rebecca Roche. In your program, 4, 6, 5, 1, 3, 2. Now in the ring is class 43.
Nice class here in our heavyweight spot division, and I think we got a good gilt here to lead off the drive. Young man doing a good job getting the most out of this gilt, driving right in front of me. She'll be your class winner. I think just really raw in her makeup and powerful in her build. She's one that's still heavy in her substance, and I think she gets around pretty flexibly and comfortably at the ground with a big foot underneath her. I'd like to see her just maybe a little bit taller at the point of shoulder to crank her head up perfect, but I think she just gets out and motors really well in this class, still lean and expressive at this heavier weight, and I just appreciate the correctness of skeleton she has. The gilt in second, I think most closely matches that class winner. She might be just a little bit better there at the point of her blade and in her neck carriage. Nice sweep to her flank as well in terms of her rib design. I just don't read her quite as true and muscular up high. She gets a little flatter there as she goes away, but a nice gilt there that's still built pretty good from the side. Coming out in third, I think we got another hog that's still muscular and shapely up high. Just a gilt that to me gets a little rounder in her general build and design, wants to kind of roach in her top line and run downhill, but not one that's quite as correct in terms of her balance. The barrow that comes out in fourth, I think one that is a little leveler in his design, but a barrow that to me isn't just quite as muscular. When you really study him coming at you and going away, he's a little flatter and more nondescript with a shot more fat cover on him. I just don't think he has the same cutability and carcass merit that I had in the top three hogs in the class. And the hog that's going to round out the class, just the one that was the most incorrect for me in his build, and one that's got a little extra fat cover relative to the muscle he has. What a nice class here in our heavyweight spots. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors one more time.
Results for class 43. First place, Liam Hartner. Second place, Addison Hartner. Third place, Violet Bell. Fourth place, Kylie Bingham. Fifth place, Jake Martin. In your program, 2, 4, 5, 3, 1. Now in the ring are all of our first place spot class winners for the selection of our champion spot.
As we bring those class winners back out here, I think we certainly got some quality from lightweight up to heavy. I think there's certainly some things we could change in each of these. But I go back to that heavyweight hog that I think just impressed me the most from the side, and the way she drives and motors out here in the ring. She's going to be your champion spotted market hog. Let's give this young man a round of applause. That second place gilt in that class, I think, has some really nice pieces to her as well. And I like the middleweight. If I could just change the way that middleweight gets out of her front shoulder just a little bit, I think she'd be a serious contender in this division. But that labored movement certainly hurts her a little bit here when she's out against her other class winners. I'm going to go back to the second in class out of your heavyweight division. She'll be a reserve champion spot. Just one that I think really matches up with your class winner and your champion overall.
Champion spot market hog is exhibited by Liam Hartner. Reserve champion is exhibited by Addison Hartner. We will now move on to our Yorkshire division with class 44. Yorkshires weighing 233 to 238 pounds.
Here in our first class of Yorkshires, I'm going to go ahead and use the barrow driving in front of me to win. He's one that I'd certainly like to change in a few areas, but I think when we really just study him coming at you and going away, he's the one that's built the squarest down low and the most correct in his rib and top shape. I'd like to maybe change the way he moves off both ends a little bit. He wants to get a little off in his, the way he sets the ground up front, one that maybe paddles a little bit off of his rear too, but I think a pretty square built, muscular kind of hog that's built with the right type of skeletal dimension. I think the young man's gilt that comes in second probably is the next best in how she matches up with him, but even she's one that's just pretty flat in her general build. I like the shape and expression she has. I think she has more total muscle content relative to the gilt in third, but these two hogs are just a little more conventional in their Yorkshire build. I'd like to see them just built better in the angle of their blade and their hip in order to move them up relative to the barrow that wins the class. Let's put your hands together for those exhibitors in your lightweight Yorkshire class. A nice group to start off that breed division.
Now entering the ring is class 45, Yorkshires weighing 260 to 270 pounds. Results for class 44, first place, Wyatt Ridgely. Second place, Michael Patrick. Third place, Madison Miller. In your program, 1, 2, 3. Now in the ring is class 45.
Here in our Yorkshire class, we've got 4 individuals in our middleweight, or our first class here at Yorks, and I think each of these hogs have some things we might want to change, but I guess I go back to which one's going to go to the cooler with the most carcass merit and still have some look and balance from the side. I'd like to change this guy in terms of the way he hits the ground, but I think if you stand off of this barrow the young lady's driving, he's the levelest design, biggest top, thickest ended hog in the drive, the one that's still correct enough in terms of his fat cover. He'll be your class winner here in this class of Yorks. Coming out next, I think if I go to carcass merit next, this barrow that's right over here, the young man's driving, just has the most shape up high and from behind. I think a hog that's still got a good shape laying in there behind his blade. I think he gets a little erect off either end of his skeleton. I'd like to change the way he's built just a little bit there. But when you really put the pounds on the table, I think he's the one that's just going to have the most overall carcass merit in this class. Coming out in third, I think a barrow that's relatively close and tight to the hog in second, just one that gives up some of the extra shape and muscularity of that hog. And the barrow that rounds out the class, kind of a big-bodied performance kind of a hog, just one that I really like to change behind his blade and the way he gets out of his front end. a hog that to me is skeletally not the best in the class and gets a little plainer in his shape. Put your hands together for those Yorkshire exhibitors in Class 2. A nice group there with some differences in the top end.
Now entering the ring is Class 46. Yorkshires weighing 277 to 289 pounds. Results for Class 45, first place, Samantha Skelly. Second place, Mason Willie. Third place, Charlie Brendel. Fourth place, Charlotte Harrington. In your program, 3, 2, 1, 4. Now in the ring is Class 46.
Here in our heavyweight Yorkshire class, it's really nice to see this gilt. I think she looks really good. She wins this class hands down. Really nice gilt here. Young lady's doing a good job driving her. I think she's one that really epitomizes what I'm looking for at a heavier weight, of one that's still compositionally correct, but still built beautifully from the side. Maybe a shame she wasn't in the breeding gilt division, because that's a pretty high quality individual in her own right. Love the way she's built down low in her skeleton as well, and look forward to seeing her as she comes back out for champion. The young lady's Barrow that's here in second, I think she most closely matches up with that gilt. He's tall-shouldered, he's good in his hip design, still got some bone underneath him. I just think he gives up a little bit in terms of the extra hip width that she has, maybe not quite as mobile off either end of his skeleton. Still a nice Barrow though that slides into second. The Barrow that ends up in third, certainly don't want to take anything away from him. That's a big, high-performing, heavy bone Barrow. Just one that I'd like to see more muscle all the way through his skeleton to match up with the extra length and frame he has. He just gives up some muscularity relative to the top two. Nice class of Yorkshire in your heavyweight class. Please put a big hand together for those guys as they exit the ring.
Results for Class 46. First place, Jada Mantua. Second place, Sarah Whitehead. Third place, Allison Wheeler. In your program, 2, 1, 3. Now in the ring, we need all of our first place Yorkshire class winners for the selection of our champions. Following this, we will begin our all other breeds division.
Nice set of class winners we've got here from our Yorkshire show, and to keep things moving, I think it was pretty obvious that I latched onto that gilt out of the heavyweight class. I think she comes out here and walks away with this Yorkshire show. She's not perfect, certainly like to change her in a few areas, but I think just a really complete market hog that really embodies what we ought to be trying to put together here in the commercial industry today. A nice overall champion Yorkshire driven by this young lady right in front of me. I think it gets a little tougher as you select for reserve. There's things I like about in each of these hogs. I think the lightweight Barra, if we had him in a 20, 30 pound heavier package and got him out and moving a little better, I love how square he is in his build and powerful off either end of his skeleton. The big Barra, I think, has some really nice pieces up through the front part of his, the front third of his build, one that's still expressive up high, maybe needs a shot more flank and stronger rear pastern. The middleweight, love his body and performance, just a Barra that's a little plainer in his shape. I think you could go different directions for these guys for reserve. I'm going to go back to my heavyweight class and use the second in the heavyweight class as a reserve champion, Yorkshire. Let's congratulate her. Please, once again, let's give these guys a big hand as they exit the ring. A nice class of Yorkshires.
Champion Yorkshire is exhibited by Jaden Mantua. Reserve champion goes to Sarah Whitehead. We have one class in our all other breeds division, class 47. All other breed pigs weighing 196 to 284 pounds. Just an FYI, after our all other breeds class, we're going to take a very short potty break. That's what I'm going to be doing. If you're in line, let me go first. The sooner I go, the sooner we start back up again, okay? Thanks.
We're here in our all other breeds division, and we've got two Tamworths and a Chester out here driving for this class, and I think a nice set of hogs overall. Obviously there's some differences in weight between them. I'm going to go ahead and use the Chester as our champion AOB. Young man doing a good job with a big powerful Barra. I think really embodies that breed in terms of just rugged and build and design, plenty of muscularity. He's not perfect, like to maybe see him just a little taller fronted and see him leveler there in his hip. But a Barra that I think just really embodies what we ought to be looking for in a good Chester White, Garcus Merit kind of a hog. I certainly want to give some credit to the smaller Tamworth Barra. I like the extra levelness of design he's got. His neck and head carriage is good. That's a pretty nice Tamworth Barra, and I want to give her some credit for that. Certainly got as much muscle as you could expect in the breed. One that just gets a little frailer featured, a little more compact in his build relative to the Chester. I'd just like to see him with another 20, 30 pounds on him to get him up into a heavier weight range, but a Barra that deserves a lot of attention as well there in your reserve slot. For the Tamworth that rounds out the class, one that's just a little light and a little flat in his build for me to move him up in class, but a nice group of all other breeds. Let's congratulate these exhibitors for a good group of Chesters and Tams.
Results for Class 47. First place, Lane Katie. Second place, Madison Miller. Third place, Mason Willie. Champion, all other breeds, Market Hog, goes to Lane Katie. Reserve champion is Madison Miller. Be back shortly.
Somebody you can play with, that you will never find another, someone else it could be all in, so I'll be good for you, baby. Alright, right, yeah, be your safety. Oh, nah, nah, nah. You're such a part of me, I can never forget.
All right, we're gonna begin our crossbred division. I did wash my hands, I dried them on my arms because it's hot. We're gonna start with our crossbred division, class 48. Come on down, individual market pigs weighing 192 to 199 pounds.
Well, we've got a lot of classes to sort through here in our crossbred division, and before we get started on that, sure want to thank our ring help doing a good job here tonight. I know we've got a lot of classes, and I think they've been doing a good job keeping things moving. Let's give a big round of applause to everybody ringside that's helping me get things moving, and also our announcers doing a good job. Our people back in the makeup ring, we sure appreciate everything they do. Certainly should have thanked you guys probably already, but you guys have kept things going smooth, and we got a big cross division to sort through next. Here in our lightweight crossbred class, just a reminder, these guys are underweights and ones that to me are a little too light to be in contention for champion just because they're so light. But out here in this class, I think there's some good pieces, and maybe these guys are going on to some future homes. I think there's two out here that maybe give you the most things that you want to latch on to. I'm going to go ahead and use the blonde young man's hog to win the class. I think just from a build and design standpoint, one that impresses you the most, one that's still got enough muscle all the way through. I think maybe one that I'd like to just clean up in his lower belly for his weight. I'd like to see him have a little bit later maturity pattern. But if you just say one that's built as good as anything in the class, I think it's hard to really get too hard on that hog. Coming out next is a heavier structured, heavier muscled hog that I slide into the second hole. I wish he could handle his rear leg better because I think he's got the ability to go to heavier weights than the barrow that wins the class. But that's a hog that to me just gets a little twisted up there back in his right, or in his rear legs. One that I'd like to see just stretched out a touch as well. Coming out in third is a kind of a really heavy boned, raw made kind of a barrow that's got a bunch of power to him. You like the muscle he's got. He just doesn't hook up quite as good there in his ham-loin junction. He's a little big in his sheath, a little staggy about his head. I just like to freshen him up and again make him a little fresher there at the top of his chine as well. Coming out in fourth is probably the barrow that's the best to go on to heavier weights because of his extra frame and length of body. I think he's still acceptable in muscle. He's one, though, that overall just a little flatter, a little more immature in his muscularity relative to the others. I'd like to fill him out to move him up in the class. Coming out next is a hog that I like his front 2/3 relatively well. He gets pretty plain and flat, though, back in his ham, and one that I'd like to change the way he motors off of his rear wheels a little bit in order to move him up in the class. And the hog that rounds out the class just has the least muscle. Like to see her with more power all the way through in order to move up. Nice class here to start off your crossbred division. Let's give those exhibitors in class 1 a big round of applause.
Now entering the ring is class 49, crossbred pigs weighing 209 to 217 pounds. Results for class 48, first place, Joseph Roche. Second place, Mason Hill. Third place, Savannah Glover. Fourth place, Grant Tomanek. Fifth place, Gabriel Augustin. Sixth place, David Brown. In your program, 3, 6, 1, 2, 5, 4. Now in the ring is class 49.
Here in class 2 of your crossbred market hogs, I think there's a pretty nice place to start here in this black and white spotted gilt driving right in front of me. Really like some things about this gilt, just wish she was a little bigger. I think she's one that stands out in this class pretty easily as a big skeleton, powerful gilt that's still got some look and appeal. She's still relatively good in her movement when we get her in motion. I just think a nice one to lead off this class, and I think she does so by quite a wide margin. In second, I think this thin belted hog just comes back and does things the most effectively. Maybe a little heavier structure than your class winner, and one that's certainly got plenty of power up high and from behind. Just gets a little more jammed up in her build, a little straighter off either end of her skeleton. I think that hurts her balance just a little bit. Coming out next is the multicolored hog. I think young lady does a good job driving this guy, and he's got plenty of muscle when you look at him coming or going. I'd like to stretch him out. He needs to be just a little longer bodied. I'd like to pick him up at the point of his blade, just give him a bit more extra extension to get out and reach and go. He's just kind of one that's a little slow and compact in his general build. Not one I read being able to go to heavier weights and stay as lean as the hogs ahead of him. Coming out in fourth, one that's a little different in type, certainly a bigger kind of hog, one that to me I just wish had more width to go along with the extra length and frame she's got. I like the shape and eye appeal, just need to pull that hog apart from end to end. To round out the class, another nice hog all the way down here in fifth, just one that I'd like to see leaner and more muscle expression in this guy. He's got a nice look from the side, but one that's just a little too frail and not enough muscle to move up in the lineup. Nice class here in class 2. Please put your hands together for these exhibitors as we move on to the next round.
Now entering the ring is class 50, individual market pigs weighing 219 to 220 pounds. Results for class 49, first place, Brody Harrison. Second place, John Bell. Third place, Addison Ridgely. Fourth place, Meredith Miller. Fifth place, Jake Martin. In your program, 5, 3, 2, 4, 1. Now in the ring is class 50.
Really deep class here, probably one of the deeper classes we've had so far today. I think all the way down into slots 5 or 6, we've got some pretty good hogs. As we get down here a little longer on the drive, I think it kind of splits these top 2 a little bit better. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's gilt driving in front of me as your class winner. I think she's one that's just a little more mobile off either end of her skeleton. She's longer from her blade to her hip, and yet she's still got plenty of power up high and from behind. I just like the way that she mobilizes relative to my gilt in second. Sure, she's a little frailer bone. I don't know that she's quite as massive up high. That's what I really like about the young man's gilt that comes in second. She just really impresses you out of the backside of her blade and her rib shape, her flank, heavy structured kind of a gilt. I wish she held up a little bit longer. When I first saw her, I was like, man, she looks awesome. But she gets pretty labored in her movement. She gets a little tight in her spine. I just like to see her get out and go and reach better off either end in order to be a real contender to win. The gilt in third, I think, is more mobile than the gilt in second. I just don't know that she has enough muscle to really rival her, the impressive amount that the gilt in second has. That's still a good hog, though. I think she deserves a lot of credit. I just wish she moved a little better off of her rear wheels, because I think it's a little hard to beat one that's a little tight with another one that's just as tight. But I think those are two pretty good hogs there in second and third. Coming out in fourth, we probably have a bit of a drop-off in terms of just total muscle volume. Still a long-bodied, pretty level design gilt. Maybe like to pick her up at the top of her blade and level her out in her hip, but one that I think still fits with that top four really nicely. Coming out next is a gilt that I like up high. I just like to see her move better, like to see her with more substance and bone and foot size. Just one that's pretty labored in her movement, even though you like the cutability and carcass merit she offers. Probably the one that I pick on the most in terms of true muscularity is this narrow skulled gilt that rounds out the class. I just like to crack her open and pull her apart relative to the other hogs in class, but still a gilt that's got some quality all the way down here in sixth.
Now entering the ring is class 51, individual market pigs weighing 221 to 223 pounds. Results for class 50, first place, Cody Trotman. Second place, Will Meyer. Third place, Ansley Hartner. Fourth place, David Brown. Fifth place, Riley Trotman. Sixth place, Mason Hill. In your program, 3, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Now in the ring is class 51.
This young man brings me another really nice gilt here, and she's going to lead off this class. I think one that hits you pretty hard from the side is just a high-quality individual. Good job. One that still impresses you as you get on top of her and have her going away from you. Again, just like to see her about 20, 30 pounds heavier, but that's a really nice gilt in her own right and in her own weight class, one that wins this class pretty easily. I think the blue hog comes in second pretty easily. I like the extra substance that he's got. Heavy structured. Young lady does a good job getting his head cranked up. Just one that to me probably falls apart a little bit relative to balance compared to my class winner. He gets a little off back there in his flank with that extra swelling and fluid there. Doesn't hook up quite as good right at the top of his neck, but still a nice barrow that's got plenty of power and carcass merit. The red belt, or the red spotted hog that comes out next, pretty good gilt in her own right. I think she's a little better behind her blade than the hog that precedes her. One that's still got some shape up high, just gets a little flat and closed up underneath, a little rounder in her hip design. I still think she's more mobile and correct in her structure than the hog in fourth. This hog in fourth is certainly big bladed and big topped. I like the rib shape he's got. He's one, though, that gets pretty plain back there in his ham loin, pretty plain in his hip and ham, and just doesn't use his rear leg good enough for me to get him up in class. I still like his extra muscle over this gilt that rounds out the class. Even though she might be a bit more flexible off her rear two, she's just too narrow to move up in the lineup. A nice class there in our last group of lightweight crosses. Please congratulate those exhibitors as they exit the ring.
Now entering the ring is class 52. Individual market pigs weighing 225 to 227 pounds. Results for class 51, first place, Liam Hartner. Second place, Molly Miller. Third place, Ava Smarden. Fourth place, Addison Hartner. Fifth place, JB Brown. In your program, 1, 4, 5, 2, 3. Now in the ring is class 52.
I was mistaken. This is our last class of lightweights before we have our lightweight champion. A nice group out here, and definitely some differences in this group to sort between. I'm going to go ahead and use the blue saddleback hog here to win the class. I think he probably just combines things the most effectively for me. He's not the longest bodied hog in the class. I'd probably give that to the Barrow in second, but I just think he's put together a little more massively, all the way from his blade out through his hip. Nice big top laid in there on him, one that's correct in his flank and correct at the ground. Just one that I'd like to maybe stretch just a little bit to make him look a little neater, but I think a Barrow that wins this class has just a really complete hog that's hard to pick a major hole in. The bigger skeleton hog that comes in second here, I like the shape and expression he's got. Certainly one that you still think has enough muscle as you get in behind him. He's just one that when you get on top of him, a little flatter in his blade, a little leaner and rawer in his design. I just like to blow him apart in the middle section of his body in order to move him up relative to our class winner. Coming out in third is a nice hog. Probably is a little bit better in terms of rib shape, and one that's still certainly got plenty of power up high and from behind. A hog that to me just gets a little jammed up off either end, a little straight in her blade, a little tight back there in her hock and rear joints. One that's probably a little smaller footed and further boned relative to the two Barrows ahead of her. Coming in fourth, a nice hog that I think has some pieces for some of you. To me, he's just a little too quick in his type. He gets a little broken down and flat footed, a little short and fatter in his general build and makeup relative to the other hogs. If you wanted to flip this bottom pair, I'm not going to argue too much. I think this Barrow could come out and stay at a heavier weight and stay leaner. Just a Barrow that to me gets pretty tight and hard in his skeleton off either end. and a barrow that I think probably disappoints me in terms of muscle the most. Nice class there. I look forward to sorting through all those class winners for your champion selection.
Now entering the ring is class 53, individual market pigs weighing 228 to 229 pounds. Results for class 52, first place, Nolan Wise. Second place, Owen Wise. Third place, Duncan Bell. Fourth place, Hartley Prime. Fifth place, Caitlin Spicer. In your program, 2, 3, 5, 4, 1. Now in the ring is class 53. Following this, we need all of our first place division class winners for the selection of our champion crossbred for Division 1.
Okay, here is our last class in Division 1, and I think a nice class with some depth from top to bottom. Certainly some differences that you can maybe latch onto if you're in the ring and doing my job, but I guess I come back to this belted barrow, this wide belted barrow, and if I can look past his flank, I think that's a pretty dang good individual. I hate that extra fill he's got back there in his lymph nodes, but I think once you look past that, that guy's powerful, flexible, opened up pretty good, and still got a good look to him, and I think he needs to sort up in this class. I think if you really just want to study one as an individual, talk about a good commercial feed floor hog, this barrow in second does that really well. He's not quite as flashy from the side. I think he's got a little swelling back there in his hock. Maybe like to just clean him up a little bit in his build and look, but that's a raw, powerful, lean, and expressive hog that I think still gets out and motors okay from a functionality standpoint, sliding in the second hole. I think his extra muscle is what keeps him over the hog in third. This young lady's barrow in third probably gives you a little more look and eye appeal from the side. Just one that to me gets a little flatter in his hip, a little more disappointing going away. Maybe one that I'd like to pick up off his rear pasterns just a touch as well in order to really match up with that top pair. Coming out in fourth is a different kind of hog. He's one that gives you some really good looks at times, really flexible and loose kind of made hog. He's one that gets pretty broken down on his front pasterns, and when I really study him behind his blade, I just don't see enough true muscle, volume, and shape in order to move him up in the class. I still like his look and general modern kind over the gilt here that rounds out the class. She's big, long, and lean, just doesn't have enough look and balance, needs a shot more muscle to move up in the lineup. Please put your hands together for those exhibitors in Class 6 of your crossbreds. Another nice group to sort through and talk about.
Results for Class 53. First place, Dylan Montgomery. Second place, Caleb Roche. Third place, Molly Miller. Fourth place, Walker Whitehead. Fifth place, Quinn Hartner. In your program, 2, 4, 5, 3, 1. Now in the ring will be all of our first place Division I crossbred class winners for the selection of our Division I crossbred champions.
Really nice set of class winners out here from Division I in your crossbred show, and certainly I hope the quality continues to get better as we get going, but I think we've really started off the cross division with a ton of quality from top to bottom. I know I've picked on them a little bit for being lightweight, but I think there's certainly some really good pieces out here to latch on to. There's one individual out here that I guess to me just puts together the most complete package when I really look at one that fits what I'm looking for in terms of combining the carcass merit and performance you need for just a good commercial hog with those extras that make them one that you can stand behind a banner and be really proud of in terms of look and build and design. The hog that to me is the most effective at doing so here in Division I is the hog driving directly in front of me. That'll be your champion Division I market hog, belted gilt.
Molly Miller, we need your second. Oh, girl, you read my mind. Or did Jim read the mind? Group effort.
I think for reserve it gets a little more challenging because we've still got a really nice one that comes in second out of that class. The blue blanketed barrel gets in here and is immediately a contender with these other class winners in this division. I think there's some pieces and some parts in each of these that you could latch onto. I guess for me in this lightweight division, The one that, although maybe a little tough to look at times, is the young man's Guild over here fighting the fence. Just love the extra power she has and the fact that she still handles that well. Again, like to make her a little bigger in her kind, but I think a Gilt that's just really powerful and yet still attractive from the side. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors in Division 1. I think once again, a nice set of class winners starting off the crossbred show. Really look forward to the rest of the show.
Champion crossbred for Division 1 is exhibited by Liam Hartner. Reserve champion is exhibited by Cody Trotman. Now moving on to Division 2 of the crossbreds with class 54. Individual market pigs weighing 231 to 236 pounds.
Here in our first class of Division II crossbreds, certainly some different types and kinds out here that we could latch on to some different things. I'm going to go ahead and use this barrow driving directly in front of me. The young lady's got to win the class. I just think he's the one that's the hardest to pick any major holes in. He's big top, thick-ended. I think still gets around the ring with plenty of comfort and mobility. I especially like his rear skeleton compared to the barrow in second. Is he the flashiest up through his front 1/3 and his build? No, I think he's a little plain Jane in his look, but that's just a good, complete, well-balanced kind of a hog to win this class. I like some of the flashy pieces in this barrow that comes in second. His head carriage, the way he reaches out of his front end is really nice. I just like to change the way he's hooked up back there in his ham-loin junction. I like to change the way he sets down off his weak rear pasterns. But a big-bodied, big-butted kind of a hog that to me has some pieces you like really well. The young man's gilt that comes out in third, probably a little bit better in her top line, one that's lean and expressive. I'd just like to see her with some of that extra mobility and flex, maybe not quite as modern in her build, and as a result, a little narrower in her skeleton underneath. As we keep on coming out into the fourth hole, another gilt that I think kind of shares that build, big, long, extended, not enough power. As we round out the class, I think a barrow that's got some length and some performance, just a barrow that to me doesn't have enough muscle shape or dimension to compete with the hogs ahead of him. Please congratulate those exhibitors in the first class of Division II. Another nice group of young people out here tonight.
Now entering the ring is Class 55, crossbreds weighing 238 to 242 pounds. Results for Class 54, first place, Cora Brendel. Second place, Blair Heath. Third place, Jude Gunther. Fourth place, Georgie Church. Fifth place, Hayden Harrison. In your program, 2, 4, 3, 1, 5. Now in the ring is Class 55.
Pretty interesting class here to sort through. I'm going to go ahead and use this young man's barrow to win the class. I think probably just fitting with what I did in the last class. This is a really complete individual from end to end. I think one that's pretty hard to pick any big holes in. That's a good looking barrow, big top, plenty of ham in him, one that still gets out and moves really comfortably. I think one that's fairly modern in his look and practical in his body type. I like some things about this gilt in second really well. She's obviously a little grumpy, but when you study her from the side, she gives you some really cool pieces to her look, and a breeder might see some interesting things there, but she's a little outdated in her type. She's just a little too harsh and raw in her skeleton, a little too hard in her rib. I'd like to see her with more stifle and lower ham as well. If you put the gilt in third over her, I won't fault you. I just think that one's got some different pieces that are really cool, and that's maybe what slides her into second for me. This hog in third maybe is a little more like the class winner in terms of rib shape, in terms of ham and dimension from behind. To me, just one that gets a little too round off either end of her skeleton, though. She wants to drop there in her blade. She gets a little round out of her hip, maybe a little frail in her feature relative to the muscle content she has. Still a good hog in third. Coming out in fourth, again, we got quality pretty far down in this class. We can get this hog out. This hog coming out in fourth is one that's got some nice pieces to him, just one that to me gets pretty hefty back there in his flank, and Phil doesn't possess the type of shape up high or from behind that we saw in the 3 hogs ahead of him. And the hog that rounds out the class, big scale, long bodied, without enough power. Just got to move that one up, get some more power in that one all the way through and some skeletal width in order for that one to be a competitor. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. Keep on moving through our crossbred division. Nice class winner again in that class.
Now entering the ring is class 56, crossbred pigs weighing 244 to 246 pounds. Results for class 55, first place, Troy Heath. Second place, Madison Miller. Third place, Kylie Bingham. Fourth place, Ella Campanari. Fifth place, Ella Campanari. In your program, 4, 1, 3, 5, 2. Now in the ring is class 56.
Certainly appreciate the quality we keep seeing in each of these classes. I think there's just a really complete individual to start off this class, and that's the young lady's barrel driving in front of me. Show of your class winner here. Again, I think fits the bill with some of those we've seen earlier. Pretty problem-free, complete kind of individual. Sure, can I nitpick him in places in terms of his shape up high and his ham, or maybe the way he travels in his hock? Yeah, but he's good. That's a good hog. Needs to win the class. I think he's so much more flexible and attractive from the side than the Barra in second. This Barra in second's just a burly dude. He's heavy structured, powerful, big rib. I think you gotta like that about him. That's a useful kind of hog. To me, he's just getting a little staler and coarser in his look, one that maybe just doesn't have that same type of flash and eye appeal of the hog that wins the class. A hog that comes out in third, one that when you study him from the side, I think from a build standpoint, you like some things about him. I think it's when you really get up high on him and study him, he just doesn't have enough shape, not quite enough power up high, not quite enough mass going away to compete with those two barrels ahead of him. I think even this barrel in fourth might just have a shot more true muscle running through him. But this barrow in fourth is kind of a ground pounder to me. He's a little broken down on his pasterns, low in his belly and lower 1/3, one without the lean muscle shape that I like to those top three. The barrow in fifth, one that gets a little coarser in his look as well, and a barrow that just needs more power all the way through in order to move up. I still like some of the pieces he's got over the barrow that rounds out the class, just one that gets pretty plain and nondescript in his muscle pattern all the way through. Please congratulate those exhibitors heading out of the ring. Another nice class winner there that I look forward to seeing later in the day.
Now in the ring will be all of our first place class winners for Division II for the selection of our Division II crossbred champions. Results from class 56. First place, Peyton Harris. Second place, Dylan Montgomery. Third place, Austin Glover. Fourth place, Wyatt Holmes. Fifth place, Grayson Velasek. Sixth place, Michaela Willie. In your program, 3, 6, 1, 4, 2, 5.
As we bring these three class winners out here in Division II, a little smaller division than we just had, but I think we got three really nice barrows to represent this division. And although I like all three of them really well, and I think they're three pretty complete hogs, I guess there's one that just trips my trigger the most when we get them out here and compare these three good hogs. The hog that comes out of class 2, the young man's driving here, he's going to be your champion in this intermediate or Division II. Really nice barrow that I think has those extra pieces of look and balance that soar him up. As we bring that Gildan second out of that class, I talked about some of the really unique pieces she has. I think she's one, though, that maybe is a little problematic in a few areas. So I really come back to the other two barrows as contenders for your reserve champion Division II. Of that, I'm going to go to the heavier weight class, the barrow that I think is just a little more complete from end to end, a little better up through his front 1/3. He'll be your reserve champion Division II hog. Really nice group of hogs there in your second division of crossbreds. I look forward to sorting into Division III.
Division II champion crossbred is exhibited by Troy Heath. Reserve champion for Division II is exhibited by Peyton Harris. Starting off Division III is class 57. Individual pigs weighing 247 to 249 pounds.
Well, I've sure had a lot of nice belted hogs lately. I'm getting a little ready for some different color patterns. We just had a bunch of nice belted ones in here, and I think that holds true again for this class. I'm going to use the young lady's barrow driving directly in front of me to win this class. I think, again, just to follow suit as a really complete individual, one that I like is flexibility and build and design, and still when you get on top of him, squares up with enough loin and hip. You know, is he probably the most powerful one in the class? No, I'd probably give that to the barrow I've gotten second. But he just gets out and goes so much better, especially off his rear wheels. I just think he's hooked up better and more complete. Probably one that'll hang out on a little bit better with some stamina in the final drive. As we talk about this barrow that I'm going to put in second, certainly the power hog in the class. I like the mass and power he's got. He just gets affected by that when you get him in motion. He's a little more rolled up in his shoulder. He camps his rear leg underneath him. He's just not comfortable enough and attractive enough in his build and skeleton for me to feel comfortable using him to win the class. Honestly, I like the gilt in third really well. You know, I got to look at her and remember this is a market hog class and not a breeding gilt class, but the gilt in third is better built to me than the barrow in second. I just wish she had a little more crap to her. She's just a little flatter. She doesn't have quite the mass and power that I like in that barrow in second. But just a build and design standpoint, some really cool pieces in her, and love the attractiveness that she offers. She's probably the most eye-appealing hog in the class. Coming out in fourth is a barrow that probably is a little more practical in his rib and body than the gilt ahead of him. I like that about this guy. Just when I study him out of the backside of his blade and out of his hip, he's one that's a little more artificial in his shape. He just strikes me as a little heavier in his condition, one that's a little frailer in his bone. Just doesn't strike me with that same meat animal shape of some of the hogs up higher in the class. That being said, I still read him as leaner and better built than the barrow that rounds out the class in fifth, who's the fattest hog in the drive and just needs to be leaner to move up in the lineup. Let's get these hogs on out of here before they beat each other up too bad. But a nice class, especially with our top two there to start off the day.
Now entering the ring is class 58, crossbreds weighing 251 to 257 pounds. Results for class 57, first place, Samantha Dixon. Second place, Blair Heath. Third place, Luke Neufeld. Fourth place, Bo Gunther. Fifth place, Wyatt Ridgely. In your program, 1, 4, 3, 5, 2. Now in the ring is class 58.
Another nice class here, and definitely some differences depending on where you're putting your preference. I think you can latch onto some things, and got a couple in here that are maybe a little tougher to look at from their attitude. I'm going to go ahead and use the tougher acting gilt here to win the class. I think she just fits the kind that I latch on to in terms of her extra power and skeleton. Really flexible one that, you know, she's kind of tough to look at because she's been fighting the fence line most of the night. But I think even though she's probably a little rawer in her makeup, I still really like her rib shape and the amount of top and mass that she's got down her top and out of her hip. I do think she could be just a little softer and more practical in her rib, and I think this barrow that comes in second does that effectively. I think this guy's just pretty well balanced and complete. A pretty nice hog from end to end. He just doesn't wow me in any area. I don't think he's as attractive up in his head. He's not quite as extended, not quite as good there in his tail set as the gilt that I used to win the class. But when you really break him down, he's hard to put any big holes in. He's just one that gets a little plainer, a little more compact, but still a powerful, muscular, still good muscled kind of a hog that I think fits into that second slot really nicely. This black hog that comes out in third, I just think of her as kind of burly. She's heavy boned and big footed, plenty of rib and still mass in this hog. I think she's a contender to win just like the two ahead of her. To me, she gets a little flat footed up front. She gets a little weak in her top line. Some nitpicky things about a good gilt there in third that just ran into some good competition ahead of her. This gray belted hog that comes out in fourth, another one that's just kind of tough to look at. I really studied her for some time because I like some pieces about her. She's probably the most powerful hog in the class, or at least the widest based for sure. What I struggle with is when she gets in motion, she really steps outside of her body wall. That inhibits her movement and really kind of throws her off in terms of balance. I'd like to see her just get out and stride more comfortably and more confidently to compete with those ones ahead of her. This barrow in fifth, pretty nice hog all the way down here in the 5-hole. Got enough muscle, gets around good enough, just kind of plain, kind of off in terms of his balance. He's just not as elite as some of those hogs ahead of him in the lineup. And even the gilt that rounds out the class, still a pretty good one in her own right from a carcass merit standpoint, just a little flatter bladed and more closed up underneath relative to the hogs ahead of her in the class. Probably one of the deepest classes we've had so far today. Let's congratulate those exhibitors one more time.
Now entering the ring is class 59, crossbred hogs weighing 258 to 264 pounds. Results for class 58, first place, Mary Boswell. Second place, Michaela Willie. Third place, Jada Mantua. Fourth place, Molly Miller. Fifth place, Tanner Collins. Sixth place, Ryan Peak. In your program, 3, 6, 1, 4, 2, 5. Now in the ring is class 59.
good top end in this class, and I think these two out here do some different things really well, and I think you might just have to disagree with me if you go a different direction, because at times I was arguing with myself too about which way to go on these ones. I guess for me, when I get these two out here and I say, hey, these are two really good hogs, which one is really the most problem-free hog in here? I go to the tricolored hog that the young man's got in the corner. He's pretty excited about it. That's good. Maybe a barrow that doesn't always get his head cranked up and just quite as cool in some poses as the gilt that I use in second, but I think a hog that you just got to really like some of the fundamentals in that guy, and he's still big-topped and thick-ended. I like some things about this gilt as well as anything in the class. I think when she gets her head cranked, it gets to moving. She's just really got a pose and a poise about her here in the ring that you've got to like. I just can't get past her pasterns, though. She's too flat-footed for me. I just got to pick her up off either end of her pasterns. I wouldn't mind making her a rib longer. If you could fix her pasterns, I think she wins this class, hands down. But I just can't look past that because I think it's a glaring fault in her, and I think that's still a really good gilt, but I've got to put her down when there's that good of a barrow to beat her with. Frankly, I think the solid black hog's a contender as well as we come into the third hole. She's one that's still big top, thick-ended, got a good rib cage in her and bone. I just don't think she has that flash and look that I have in that top pair. That reared hip design, just a little rounder in her makeup, not quite as good in her head carriage in her front 1/3. Two nitpicky things about a nice gilt there in third as well. This gilt that comes out in fourth, tremendous amount of carcass merit. Really long-bodied, big skeleton gilt with a ton of power. She just ran into three pretty good hogs in front of her. She's just a little uglier than the others. She just doesn't have that extra look and eye appeal, and that's what slides her down into fourth. As we keep on working down the line, still a really deep class. As we come out here next, I think a hog that's a little tentative in his step as we get him going here, but a hog that I just like to see get out of that front end a little bit better. Still one that's got plenty of shape and power up high. As we keep on working down the line, we got a couple hogs that need to be changed in terms of muscle and structure relative to the hogs up higher in the lineup. Deep class there. Please put your hands together at ringside for a really good group there at the top end.
Now entering the ring is class 60, individual market pigs weighing 268 to 270 pounds. Results for class 59, first place, Mason Willie. Second place, Samantha Dixon. Third place, Wyatt Ridgely. Fourth place, Abigail Nelson. Fifth place, Samantha Boswell. Sixth place, Nolan Wise. Seventh place, Mary Boswell. In your program, 2, 4, 1, 3, 7, 5, 6. Now in the ring is class 60. Following this, we will have the selection of our Division III crossbred champions.
high quality top pair here in this class, and definitely some different types again to latch on to between the two. I'm going to go ahead and use the Barrow to win this class. I think just one that really puts together. Thank you. I think he's the massive hog in the class that just really packs the most muscle onto his frame. I think he's still pretty dang complete from the side though, and one you can't pick on much in terms of structure. Is he the stoutest bone? Maybe not, but I think he's adequate there and just really correct in his build and design. I wanted to make this guild into that flashy one that was a contender for winning in the last class, and I think the more I break her down, I just don't think she quite is. She's good looking. I don't think she's great looking enough. She's one that just isn't quite flashy enough for me to look past the fact that she gives up some muscle relative to the Barrow that wins the class. I think she's heavier structured and bigger footed. She's got some really cool pieces. She's just not quite as complete as the Barrow that wins, but a dang good gilt there to slide into the second hole. Coming out in third is a nice hog. Again, one that I think is just pretty complete from end to end. Just ran into some pretty heavy hitters in the top pair in this class. Just not quite as flashy, even though she's got a ton of carcass merit. As we keep on working down the lineup, the Barrow that comes out in fourth, maybe. Let's go ahead and let out fourth. Skilt that comes in third. Just need to get her a little more center body and flank, maybe mass her up a little bit relative to that top pair, but a dang good gilt there in third. Coming out in fourth, I like some things about this Barrow from the side. To me, he just runs out of gas as you get in behind him relative to the three ahead of him. And as we keep on working down the lineup, I think we run into a couple hogs that just have a few more pieces and parts that don't all put together quite as well in the puzzle that is this class. I think the top three really separate themselves from the rest of the pack. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. Nice class, especially at the top end here in Division 3.
Results for Class 60. First place, Dylan Montgomery. Second place, Nolan Wise. Third place, Kennedy Nelson. Fourth place, Owen Wise. Fifth place, Raven Heron. Sixth place, Anna Campanari. In your program, 4, 6, 5, 1, 3, 2. Now in the ring are all of our first place Division 3 crossbred class winners for our Division 3 crossbred champions.
Here in our Division 3, I think we got 4 really nice class winners, and I think I'm really happy with what we've got out here because I've got choices. I think there's 4 great hogs out here, and there's certainly some differences and some things that some may latch on to more than others. I think we probably got one that's still a little lightweight in the first class in this division. I'd sure like to get some pigs up in that 260 range before I really consider them where they need to be. But I think these are 4 really high quality hogs that are different in type. There's one that they maybe could cooperate a little bit better in terms of the fence line and staying out here and showing themselves. But I think the one that does things the best for me also happens to be the one that is getting shown the best out here. This Barrett right in front of me is going to be your champion in Division 3. Let's give him a big round of applause. I think a Barrett that's just a little hard to look past in terms of the total amount of power that he packs over his frame. I think he's just a pretty complete hog when you really study him, and yet still extremely flexible off either end of his skeleton. Certainly don't want to take anything away from those other class winners, but that's a tough Barrett to beat. As we bring the second place Guild in out of that class, we talked about her and some of the cool things that she offers as well. Maybe just a few little pieces that I'd like to change about her, but I think a really good contender and one, especially in terms of her substance and bone work. I love that about her. As I come back out here though and want to pick one that I think maybe just matches up the best with our champion in terms of just being a really complete, fault-free individual, I'm going to come back to this tri-colored hog out of Division 3. He's going to be your reserve champion here in Division 3. Young man doing a really good job as well. Let's congratulate all those class winners again. Nice classes here in Division 3. I look forward to sorting through your heaviest weight division next.
Division 3 crossbred champion is exhibited by Dylan Montgomery. Reserve champion is exhibited by Mason Willie. We will now begin Division 4 with Class 61, crossbred pigs weighing 271 to 272 pounds. Would like to thank our judge again today for coming and helping us out with our show. Dr. Hyatt Frobos comes to us from Greeley, Kansas, where he serves as a swine nutritionist for Gestalt. Hyatt formerly coached the livestock judging team at Kansas State University, and he has also judged livestock shows in over 20 U.S. states and 3 countries. Let's give him a round of applause to thank him for coming all the way to Maryland to judge our shows today. He's been here all day. Come on. Thank you. Much better.
Well, I don't do quite as many shows as I used to. I've kind of slowed down a little bit, but I still like to come and do really good quality ones, and I was pretty confident that that's what this was going to be, and so far it hasn't disappointed. Certainly appreciate both the quality of the pigs and the quality of the kids. The quality of the help we've had here tonight has been outstanding, and that's what makes it fun as a judge to make things fun. I'll tell you what, it's a lot more fun judging good hogs than it is judging bad hogs. And there's been a lot of good hogs in these last classes, and in this class, there's a spotted up hog that wins this class pretty easily, in my opinion. I think she's pretty darn cool to look at. She kind of floats in here and runs herself to the top pretty easily. Look forward to seeing her against some contemporaries. I certainly don't want to be too hard on the gilt that ends up second in this class, because she just ran into a really good one that beat her. The gilt that's in second is really powerful, big top, thick-ended, one that I think still gets around pretty good. Just a little tighter in her joints, not quite as loose in her skeleton. Maybe like to see her hook up a little better in her ham-loin junction. Really high-quality gilt there in second. Coming out in third, the young man's got a barrow that, to me, is a little softer in his makeup than the gilt ahead of him, but just one that strikes me as a little staler in his look. He's not quite as shapely, not quite as fresh about his chine and his top, maybe a little round in his hip. Just some little things that I pick on him relative to the top pair. Still a nice, good hog there in third. Coming out in fourth, blue butt gilt that is probably a little more fresh and attractive in terms of her muscle shape than the barrow ahead of her. A gilt, though, that to me just gets a little high in her top and tight in her rib. Doesn't have the same volume of muscle as the barrow that precedes her. And we'll round out the class with a barrow that, to me, just a little more labored in his movement off either end of his skeleton. And I think relative to the hogs ahead of him, probably the one with the least cutability. A nice class here to start off Division 4. Let's give our contestants all a big round of applause.
Now entering the ring is class 62, individual market pigs weighing 274 to 276 pounds. Results for class 61, first place, Grant Anthony. Second place, Michaela Willie. Third place, Jake Harris. Fourth place, James Boswell. Fifth place, Samantha Boswell. In your program, 1, 4, 5, 3, 2. Now in the ring is class 62. As we keep climbing in weights, I think we can start to separate some things as we
put more weight on a lot of these hogs, that really starts to break apart some things in their skeleton, and I think it's harder and harder to keep them together at these heavy weights. I think these 2 gilts out here are the ones that really still are put together the most complete in this class. We got carcass merit in spades in this class. I don't know that there's really a terrible problem carcass merit hog in this class, but I think as we're up here, we got 2 gilts that maybe aren't the heaviest muscled in the class, but I think probably are the most complete and best balanced. I was kind of waiting to see her earlier in the day. She came out in showmanship, was a pretty nice gilt. She's going to win this class. Just one that I think, from a build and design standpoint, I like a lot of things about her. Maybe you might like her better in the breeding gilt competition, to be honest. I think she's really complete and flexible. She's got enough shape up high. She's borderline from behind. She needs a little more butt to her, in my opinion. I'd like to just stouten her up there, but pretty hard to get around one that's built as correctly as she is and still as good looking from the side. She's got enough muscle for me to use her to win. The solid black gilt, a little bit of the same thing. I don't know that she's just that much heavier muscle than the gilt that wins, and to me she's a little more compact, a little more jammed up in her build, but sure, a rugged, heavy boned, soggy middled kind of a gilt. It's really flexible as she gets around the ring. I think still one that's really attractive in her build. I think she's especially looser in her skeleton than the hog that comes out in third. This hog that comes out in third, I guess if you wanted to put one across the scales and just say, hey, who's going to be the highest cutability, most valuable hog on the rail? Sure, it's this guy. This guy is just packed full of muscle. He just shows it too, though. He's just a little too tight wound in his skeleton. He breaks behind his blade. He isn't hooked up right in his ham-loin junction. But that's a rugged powerhouse kind of a hog at this weight. Certainly appreciate the carcass merit he brings to the equation. As we work down into fourth, I think this Barra is also another one that's just a power hog that needs to be a little more correct in his build. A little too straight off either end, a little shallower bodied, a little dry in his flank, but one that you certainly got to appreciate all the power he brings to the equation. Coming out next, we got a Barra that's a little heavier boned and more practical in his body type. He's probably one that's just lacking some of that extra shape and muscle expression, even though I think the volume of muscle is acceptable. Probably the fat hog in the class if you said there is one. This gilt that rounds out the class, I think she's a notch leaner than the Barra ahead of her. She's one, though, that when you see her coming and going, just not blessed with enough muscle to move up in the lineup. Nice class there. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors as we get towards the end of our crossbred division.
Now entering the ring is class 63, crossbred pigs weighing 279 to 295 pounds. Results from class 62, first place, Peyton Harris. Second place, Grant Anthony. Third place, Abigail Nelson. Fourth place, Ava Brendel. Fifth place, Quinn Hartner. Sixth place, Hayden Harrison. In your program, 2, 6, 1, 4, 5, 3. Now in the ring is class 63.
here in our heaviest weight class. Again, it's hard to keep these all together at these heavy weights and really make sure they all fit together. I think this one fits together pretty nice. He's just pretty grumpy all the time, it seems like. He'll be your class winner today in this heavyweight class. He's not perfect, but I think in this class he really just puts together the most good. Is he the biggest hipped hog out here? No, but I love the top shape he's got and how fresh and attractive he is. Really good up through the front third of his skeleton and down in his joints. He's just kind of a pain in the butt for her on the drive. So hopefully as he comes back out, he's calmed down a little bit. The young man's barrow that's going to end up in second, he's the big butted hog in the class. I mean, that's the one that if you want, just to have the rear view, he's the one that's going to be the one that you'd latch onto. I just would like to see him hooked up a little bit more complete from end to end. He's got a good rib in him. He's got plenty of bone. He just doesn't fit together quite as good at this heavy weight. With all that muscle he's got, he's a little poorer in his balance. Still a really good carcass merit, practical kind of hog that I think is acceptable in terms of structure, just not quite got the flash and extra eye appeal of that hog that wins the class. Coming out in third is a hog that some of you might think I was a little hard on. This guy's big scaled and attractive. I think he's fresh enough in his build. Young man does a good job driving him. I think he's probably a little more comfortable in motion than the barrow in second. To me, it's when I study him there in his heart and his forerib, he's just not quite impressive enough right there behind his blade in terms of true muscle down his top. Really been fed well and managed well, but a hog that I think falls behind those top two in terms of muscle just a skosh. In fourth, we got a white hog that certainly can get around the ring all right, but one that's just a little off in terms of his balance and his build. I don't think he's quite as expressive as the hogs ahead of him in class. Even the hog that comes out in fifth is a little more shapely up high, just one that gets a little stale and broken in his top line. Like to change those guys both in terms of balance and structure to see them move up in the lineup. Really nice top end there in our class of heaviest weight crossbreds. Let's congratulate those exhibitors again. We'll sort through our top class winners.
Results for class 63. First place, Samantha Dixon. Second place, Wyatt Ridgely. Third place, Logan Cady. Fourth place, Kennedy Nelson. Fifth place, James Boswell. In your program, 1, 4, 3, 5, 2. Now in the ring, we need all of our Division 4 first place class winners for the selection of our Division 4 crossbred champions.
Well, before these hogs kill each other out here or decide to jump the fence or anything, let's try to keep things moving. I think these three class winners all fit the bill really nicely for what I've been trying to pick all night. Just complete hogs that still have the right type of carcass composition. Even at these heavier weights, you can see We got to add a little more frame and stretch to keep them lean enough, in my opinion. And I think all 3 of these hogs do that really well. I think maybe in each of these classes there were hogs that were heavier muscle than each of these, but I consider them acceptable in muscle and just the ones that were built the most correctly. But there's still little things we can pick holes in, and as I bring them back out here, I guess the one that I just keep gravitating towards as we get 3 really good hogs out here, the one that I guess to me just kind of sorts itself up to the top in a group of 3 nice class winners is the Young Man's Guilt right out here out of your first class of the heavyweight division. He's going to be your champion out of Division 4. As we bring that second place Guild in out of that class, love the top side mass and dimension she's got. Kind of picked on her in terms of her build a little bit, and I don't think she rivals these other 2 class winners in terms of just look and eye appeal from the side, even though she might just have a shot more power to her. As I get these out here and I go back to my reserve champion in this division, this wide belted Guild does things the best for me next. She'll be your reserve champion in Division 4. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors in Division 4. Really nice set of class winners there.
Division 4 champion crossbred is exhibited by Grant Anthony. Reserve champion is exhibited by Peyton Harris. We now need all of our crossbred division champions into the ring for the selection of our overall crossbred champion. All of our crossbred division champions, come on down. For Division 1, we should have Liam Hartner. Division 2, Troy Heath. Division 3, Dylan Montgomery. And Division 4, Grant Anthony. But he's already here.
Let's put our hands together for our 4 division champions and the crossbred show here today. Really impressed with the quality out here. I know I've said that a few times, but I'm happy to see 4 really good hogs out here, and makes my job a little more difficult when you got good choices and a few differences to make that you can make. But it's sure nice to stand behind good hogs. And I think one thing that you've heard me say several times throughout the day is commercially relevant. I work in the commercial industry 99% of the time. I like coming and sorting hog shows and getting to work with young people, but most of the time I'm in commercial sow barns and in hog barns where I'm looking at feed floor hogs. And I think we need to start in the ring today looking at ones that fit those criteria first. And you might notice as I'm looking at these division winners, I'm spending a little more time looking at Division 3 and Division 4. That's not because I don't think Division 1 and 2 are dang good hogs. They're just not big enough to be commercially relevant. These 2 are dang good hogs, and they're big enough to be commercially relevant. And that's why they're the contenders to win out here. But I certainly want to thank and appreciate the quality we've got from top to bottom. But I think we got to also remember that we're putting a protein on people's plates, and we want to make sure we make something that represents the overall industry really well. One thing I love about what you guys have out here in Maryland is a lot of quality, consumer-oriented interaction where maybe us in Kansas don't get the chance to interact with that many pork consumers. But I think what you're doing here tonight is really important, and it shows that there's a connection between the human side and the production side too. And I think that's really important to bring up the next generation. As I get out here to select your champion and reserve, I'm going to go out and give them a big round of applause. I know we're going to pick our champion reserve overall next, but I'm going to go out here and select your champion. We'll bring in the second, and I'll select your reserve. Once again, let's put our hands together for these division winners. I think we've had a really kick-ass crossbred show here tonight.
Division 4 crossbred champion is exhibited by Grant Anthony. Oh, I'm sorry, not Division 4. Well, Division 4, but also champion overall crossbred is exhibited by Grant Anthony. Reserve champion overall crossbred is exhibited by Dylan Montgomery. We now need our other division overall champions to join us in the show ring for the selection of our overall grand champion and reserve grand champion market hogs. Currently in the ring are all of our division champions for the selection of our overall grand champion.
Well, as we get all of our champions from each of their respective breeds and divisions back out here, certainly appreciate the quality we've had all day, and I know we had some nice big breed shows from the Durocs and the Berkshires especially, I think, and certainly have some quality represented in those shows. Obviously, we just saw the crossbred division. I think probably the bulk of the numbers came out of that group, but certainly a lot of quality represented out here and some individuals that have some really good pieces and certainly some things you could latch on to. Before I go out and select champion and reserve eventually, I'd like to once again thank our ring help. I think the ring help's done an outstanding job. I was just checking the clock and we're not quite sitting at 8 o'clock, and so it hasn't even had a chance to get cooled off yet. So those of you that want to ride rides have plenty of time to do so, I guess. But I sure appreciate everyone helping keep things moving. I told one of the gals back there that I've never been yelled at for taking too short of a time. Taking too long sometimes can get you in trouble as a judge, but I think here in the market show, I know what I'm looking at. Showmanship this morning, we took our time and used some teachable moments. In this show, it's about picking the ones that are the best ones out here in the ring and represent what the industry needs to be doing. I'm going to go out here and select your champion and eventually your reserve. I once again want to say thank you guys for the opportunity. It's been a pleasure. I sure appreciate the good kids and the good hogs. It sure makes it more fun for us to make the trip out to Maryland to have the chance to evaluate them. Once again, I also appreciate the people behind the scenes making sure the show goes well from end to end.
Congratulations to Grant Anthony, exhibitor of our 2022 Grand Champion Market Hog. Reserve Grand Champion is exhibited by Dylan Montgomery. Thank you to everybody who made this possible tonight.